High sheet.
That we've already created, like how to create a window or how to create a label and how to create a button. But I want to show you some of the other features by just looking at the code. For example, with the entry, we can actually insert some text for the entries to start off with. So notice how here we can click on it to edit it, but it's really got some starting text in there. So for example, if you wanted to create an email box, maybe you would write the word email to give the user a bit of a hint. Now you've also got a text box, which is a large area where the user can edit. And this is simply created with the text widget. You can
chơi vào không nhỉ?
set the number of lines as height and
Chơi
the
tao
width
chơi rồi.
as the width of the
Thằng Trung đang
box.
chơi không?
And you can set the
Okay.
text to be focused so that the cursor starts out in that text box. And then we can insert.
Ui.
Now
Ui.
we've also
Ui,
got
cái đéo ơi.
a text box.
Ui. Đây rồi. Tao có cái Valorant rồi.
Ý, có mẹ thằng ấy AI every single thing.
Đẹp lắm. Đấy, hợp luôn rồi.
Đâu, để
Siêu
sao?
hợp. Siêu hợp luôn.
No, bro. What the fuck?
Hợp.
What the fuck,
Hợp.
bro? No, bro. No, what the
Hợp.
fuck? No.
Mày ngu à? Mất công prom lệnh. Hay chưa? Đẹp vậy.
Low gravity là cái lồn.
Gravity.
No.
Low gravity.
No.
Which
Đẹp.
is a large area where the user
Tao mới chơi
can
Valorant mới để cái này, hiểu chưa? Theo Python thì để cái kia.
Muốn lệ
Còn cái gì
mày.
nữa?
Muốn lệ mày. Oh shit, bro.
and this is simply created with the text widget.
Ủa, trông chuyên
You
nghiệp
can
hẳn đấy.
set the
Cái mẹ mày
number
chuyên.
of lines as height
Thật.
and the width as the width of the box. And you can set the text to be focused so that the cursor starts out
Leo Radiant quá
in
dễ.
that text box. And then we can insert some piece
Nó
of
làm nét
text
cả hình
to
của mày.
begin with.
Hay thật.
And we can also get hold of the text inside the text box using
Đây.
the get method. Now notice there's something a little bit weird, like the end here and the end here. This is just an index to allow Tkinter to figure out which particular item you're referring to, and you don't have to change it ever. This is just the code that you use. You can keep the code exactly as it is here and just modify the text that you want to insert. And this 1.0 basically refers to getting hold of the text starting from the first line at the character 0. And then we've at the character first to getting hold of the text starting from the first line at the character 0. And then we've got a new widget that we've never really seen before, a spin box, which looks something like this. So you can click on the up and down to change its value, and we can print out the value that's being changed in there by simply getting the spin box to be tied to a function, which is called spinbox used, and then we just get the value each time.
That's it.
Passes over the value.
Oh, go from into.
That the scale is currently on, and that is what's getting printed.
I am not human.
Next,
Top N là không á. Thế tức là tao có thể thay đổi cái này. Is it not this? Check button. Cái ghét này chỉ là 1 và 0 thôi. In
We've got a
check. Check button.
High shit, high shit.
Give them a chance, nigga. This is the fucking future, man. My bitch rockin' a black bandana. I'm jumping out East Atlanta. Pop my shit, don't need no cameras. Got money, I look like a scam. My wrist having a goddamn seizure. Everybody must think I'm a tweak. My weed blowing, sound like a speak. I'm rich. I leave it.
a checkbox, and we can click it on or off, and we can print 1 or 0 by simply tying that checkbox to a variable. And this variable is something that's defined by the tkinter module as a int var. So this is actually a class. And once we create that object from the class, then we can add it to our check button when we create it. Now, a scale is also pretty self-explanatory. You can move it up and down, and we're getting hold of the value that the user is landing on. By simply packing again another command into that scale when we're creating it, and then when that function is called, it actually passes over the value that the scale is currently on, and that is what's getting printed. Next, we've got a checkbox, and we can click it on or off, and we can print 1 or 0 by simply tying that checkbox to a variable. And this variable is something that's defined by the tkinter module as a int var. So this is actually a class. And once we create that object from the class, then we can add it to our check button when we create it, and that variable will keep track of the value of that checkbox.
Okay.
1 for on and 0 for off. And then we can print it out when that check button is used. Now, radio buttons are useful to pick between different options. So normally you'd have a number of options and only one of them can be selected at any one time. So in this case, what we do is, again, we create a int var, and we tie that var to each of the radio buttons that we create.
What's up on new
And then we
Asian?
give each of the radio buttons a value.
Hey,
So
like
this one
that.
has value 1, this one has value 2, and they're both tied to that radio state int var. And then when that button gets changed, then we can actually get hold of the radio.
Đéo phải. AI
Bitch.
lừa bố.
Oh, đi cô. Một.
been going through some things, but it's alright. You know what they say, more money, more problems. Shawty say she got my back, I treat her right. She say
Ora có check button. Ok. Cái này tôi tích cái này rồi. Nó sẽ là một. Mình tích là không. Ok.
State by Collins, created from a Python.
You know what I'm saying? Baby money box, the money life. This ain't a lifestyle. This shit's life. 88. Wave. Wow. I'm stepping in Ricky's, just bought a Balenciaga, get the hickeys, oh yeah. Had to fly out the city, she said that she miss me, but now I ain't got time to lay up. I go New York City, had to up my digits, got million on millions, getting rich. Yeah, the dash came digit, go jailbreak kitty, I'm fucking up the streets, going missing. I've been feeling well, my ice on well, got bells on bells, oh yeah. She goes Celine Chanel, you know that's my girl, she pop it well. Wow, baby money ball, you can tell, though Johnny Manziel, I wish you will. Yeah, ain't none of my niggas gon' tell. Now my dope gon' sell. T wrote a bitch on the knees. The whole one cheap, but I pay my fee. My sweat Japanese, just check my receipts. My whips ain't lease, stay out for me. Got a real bad bitch, she need a leash. Fuck a real young hoe, she a real deal treat. Tomato, tomato, I gotta compete.
List, we loop through each of the items, insert it to our list box, and then once the list box is used, we use this bind function to call this particular callback. This way, whenever we select any of the items in here, it will print out and get the current selection. Now, a lot of this code is pretty much going to be used the same each time, so it doesn't really matter if you don't understand fully exactly what some of these weird components are. It's just a factor of how this tkinter library has taken this tk module and turned it into a Python format for us to be able to interact with it using Python. So there's a few weird bits like this listbox select or this end being used here, but you can see that each line is commented and it tells you what it does, so you'll be able to figure out what line of code you need to write in order to add some text or to get some text, or how to bind a function to the list box and how to get hold of the value that's currently being selected. I recommend heading over to this link here and either downloading the code and opening it in PyCharm if you prefer, because then you can actually get a much larger version of the running program, or alternatively just have a play around with the code in here so that you understand how these widgets work and how you can use it basically as a palette if you wanted a couple of checkboxes, or if you wanted a couple of spin boxes, then you can just pick and choose them from this cookbook essentially, and then you can put them into your programs when and as needed. Now, coming back to our main.py, our previous program had a label, a button, and an entry, and it was relatively simple. So I'm going to head back to this main.py file where we've got only 3 widgets so that I can show you how we can define the layout and positioning of each of our widgets. Firstly, I've reconfigured the file a little bit, so I've moved the button clicked function to the top, and I've made sure that each of the pack methods are at the very end of each widget. That way we'll be able to work with it quite easily. Now, as I mentioned before, tkinter has a whole bunch of different layout managers that define how to position each of the widgets in your GUI program. Now, there's 3 that you should know about: pack, place, and grid. Now, firstly, we've already seen pack, and all that pack does is it basically packs each of the widgets next to each other in a vaguely logical format. And by default, pack will always start from the top and then pack every other widget just below the previous one. as I mentioned, you can change this by adding a side parameter, and you can change it to, for example, side left. And if you change this for all of the packs, then it's going to pack everything starting from the left edge of the program, like this. And you can change that to bottom or right as well. But the problem with pack is that it's actually quite difficult to specify a precise position. So for example, if you wanted this label to be a little bit up and then this button a little bit down and this entry all the way to the right, it's very, very complicated to do that using pack. And that's why there's not just a single layout manager, but there's lots of others. So let's take a look at the next one, which is called place. Place
Thì cứ ngồi đây và
is
xem
all
phim.
about precise positioning.
Mày
So
mày
when
xịt
you
tao.
place something, you can provide a X and Y
Rồi.
value. So for example, I can say my label dot
Chị đi chơi bóng chuyền không?
Tại liền.
place,
Mày vẫn
and then
Mày
I
vẫn đam
can
mê à?
say, well, the X value should equal
thôi chơi
0
tập mưa mẹ.
and the Y value should
Ôi,
equal
bơi.
0.
tụi anh đi
And
bơi.
this just places
Đi
that
bơi à?
label at the top
Ừ.
left
Đi bơi à?
corner. Now it's important to remember that if a widget gets created, but it doesn't have any layout specified using pack, place, or grid, then it won't be shown. As you can see here, we've only got the label showing up.
Thôi xem phim ấy. Xem phim
Now
mày
that
xem phim
we've
tiếp.
placed our label to the top left corner, we can try placing it somewhere else. So let's move it a little bit along the x-axis. So let's say place it at 100, 0. That moves it to the right a bit more. And if we want to move it down, we can change the Y position. So now it's down at the bottom, and then the X is 100. Now remember, we've defined the width and height. So the width is 500 pixels, the height is 300 pixels, and anywhere along that screen, you can define a X and Y value for a particular width. Along that screen, you can define our label to the top left corner, we can try placing it somewhere else. So let's move it a little bit along the x-axis. So let's say place it at 100, 0. That moves it to the right a bit more. And if we want to move it down, we can change the Y position. So now it's down at the bottom, and then the X is, I've defined a precise position value. Specific. And a place, on the other hand, is the fact that it is so specific. And we have to work out in our head the coordinate and where to put each widget. It's simple enough if you've only got 3 widgets like we have here, but if you have 100 or 50, then that becomes quickly a bit of a nightmare to manage the precise coordinates of each widget. So in addition to pack and place, there's also a final layout manager, which also happens to be my favorite one, which is the grid. And the grid is a really simple concept. It imagines that your entire program is a grid, and you can divide it into any number of columns and rows that you want to. So just as a reminder, the rows are the ones that go along the horizontal, and the columns are the ones that go along the vertical. If I remove my place and instead I use my grid, I could say my label dot grid, and then I can provide a column and a row number. So let's say I'm going to put it at the first column and the first row. So then it starts from 0. So we could say column equals 0, row equals 0, and you can see that it gets placed in the top left corner. Now, the grid system is relative to other components. So even if I change this column to, I don't know, 5 and the row to 5, you can see that it doesn't actually change the layout because there is no widget in column 4, 3, 2, or 1. So it's still the first one in the grid. So the easiest way of working with the grid is starting with the thing that you want to be at the top left, defining a starting column and row 0, 0, and then for the next and subsequent widgets to just keep going through it and define its position on the grid. For example, if I wanted the button to be on column 1 and row 1, and then I want my entry, which is called input, to be on the grid in column 2 and row 2. Now, if you run this, you can see it's now been laid out along our grid. And this is effectively what it looks like. Our label is in column 0, row 0, button in column 1, row 1, and entry in column 2, row 2. This is one of the easiest ways of visualizing and creating the layout for your TK-Inter programs. And it's really flexible and it's really easy to imagine and understand. So this is always my preferred way of working with the layouts for TK-Inter. Just a word of warning though, you can't mix up grid and pack in the same program. So for example, if I wanted my label and my button to be defined by the grid, but then I decide to use the pack method for my final entry, then you can see I actually get an error when I run my code. It says cannot use Geometry Manager pack, which already has slaves managed by grid. So these two are incompatible with each other. You basically have to choose one or the other. And often I will choose grid because it's just more flexible and more easy to understand. So now here comes a challenge for you. I want you to change the code that we've already written so that we end up with this layout. So we've already got a label, a button, and an entry. I want you to add over on the right of this new button in a new column. By putting this new button in between the old button and the entry, we've actually changed the positioning of that entry on the grid. So we've actually had to move it along into the next column. So to do that, we have to change the grid of our entry. Instead of having column 2 to make it column 3, just so that it's on the right of this new button. And now when I run it, this has the exact layout that we wanted, and we've now learned a little bit about how we can precisely position our widgets in our program using the pack, place, and grid layout managers. The very last thing I want to show you with relation to layout and design of our GUI programs is how to add a little bit of padding around components. The easiest way to add padding is actually to directly modify the widgets. So for example, if I wanted a bit of padding around all of the elements in my window, so basically added around the edge, directly modify the widgets. So for example, if I wanted a bit of padding around all of the elements in my window, so basically added around the edge of the window, then I could simply say window.config, and I can change the padding in the X axis and the padding in the Y axis, so pad X and pad Y. So now if I run this program as it is, you can see that there's now more space being added around all 4 edges of our program. Now I can make this a lot more extreme. So let's say I add the pad X to be 100 and the pad Y to be 200. You can see just how much padding we've now added. And this just means that you add more space around your program and it makes things easier to see and looks a little bit nicer. If you want to add padding around a specific widget, not just the entire window, then you can do the same with that widget. So we could get hold of my label and again using config to change the pad X and the pad Y. So let's add maybe, I don't know, 50 pixels of padding in the X and in the Y. Now you can see that around that label, there's a whole lot of space so that it pushes everything else away and actually makes the entire program window a lot bigger. So this is just a way for you to be able to add a space around your widgets so that they're not all crushed together, and it helps you with your layout and your design. Alright guys, it's finally time to put everything you've learned so far today into practice and build our miles to kilometer converter. this is what the end outcome will look like. This is our GUI program where we've got a text entry, we've got some labels, and we've got a button. So I should be able to type in some certain number of miles, and then when I hit calculate, it should give me the equivalent number of kilometers. Now here I've rounded it to the nearest whole number, but feel free to decide however many decimal places you want. But the important thing is for it to work first.
It's just so. Oh wait, no. Wait, shouldn't be having this. Nah. It's faded. I don't know why. I tried my best, girl. I say it's so good. Say that you like. That you just wanna.
She just wanna go out, pop out, then we show out. Rico is the heels, yeah, she got her toes out. Showed you how it feel, taught you how to roll out. Introduced you to the hillside, lifestyle full of pills out. Sipping, getting real out, living for the thrill out. I've been on a 10-day bender, not for real out. I've been so high, then I need some jail out. I can't lie, can't get you out my head. We just wanna party and get high over here. For the twins out overseas, all the way from over east. All the shit that we done seen, gotta get high, staying geeked up. Don't pass me the keys, bro. What you wanna do? Show you what them drugs do. Show you what this money do. I can't lie, I'm into you. No way that I'm trusting you. And this feel like the end of moon. Can't judge you, I'm a sinner too. And I just gotta party and get high.
Atrocious.
Every day I'm still surviving, I'm still looking for God. And as long as I got my guys, and as long as I got your body, then I don't need nothing, nothing from nobody. We just wanna go out, pop out when we show out. Upgrade your Chanel, the mother house so broke down.
Button, what does the button do? Button. Chấm config. Yes, command by get number, and then text equals to calculate, I guess. Get high. Baby, you just wanna party and get high. Party and get high. Baby, you just wanna party and get high. I just wanna go out. Papa, then we show out. Rico was the hill. Why no Twitch? Mạng mới của tao không lên Twitch được. Đây là tao chỉ stream được trên YouTube thôi. Dude, I'm basing all of this off of my imagination. Let's see. Yep, it's gonna look like this. And width, let's go for 10, a humble 10. NPT, I don't know, it's like a mini box. Like this. Baby, you just wanna party and get high. Party and get... Okay, it looks like... Oh no, tao không thể nhấc cái này lên được. This looks like this. Let me show you. There's this little thing here. It's like a little box. Kiểu, nó bắt được tín hiệu của host wifi ở dưới kia. Và cái này nó không kết nối với cái dây nào cả, nó chỉ kết nối với cả a power source. And then nó bắt được tín hiệu từ host wifi thì nó sẽ lấy cái tên host wifi và mật khẩu đấy và nó amplify lại lên thành một cái nguồn mạng riêng. It's like that. Can I flash? Flash penis. Who the fuck flash penis, bro? No. Oh yeah, guys, peep the thumbnail. Peep the thumbnail. Flash now. I'm gonna. No, bro. What the?
What are you guys doing? How did I die first? What? Because I'm holding this hand.
This you? Yes, good sesh. Let's go. Oh wait, no, you're on. Oh wait. Wait, are you? Wait. Hold on. Wait. Oh, okay, okay, you know. What is bro even posting? Text. Text one is just a text. Window. A window over there. And then text one có text is equal to unexpected argument à? Hay nó phải là cái prompt khác? Insert, ok. Ở đâu nhưng mà không phải text bình thường, nó chỉ là label thôi đúng không? Đấy, ta chỉ cần dùng label thôi. Row 0 column 1 label equal text là this. Giờ sẽ ở phía bên row bằng 1 column 0. Ok. Sao nó vẫn to ấy à? Width là bằng 10. Thì go for 5. Ok, nice. Mẹ ta không muốn viết. Tạo mẹ một cái file khác. Python labels import tk enter as tk, yeah, I don't care. Mẹ tạo mẹ một cái class khác luôn. Class label def dot init self và sẽ cho 0,1 vào. Nhầm. C and then R. Rồi. Self chấm label from tk enter import label. Xong rồi mở ngoặc ở đây là label. Thì super. Yep. Và thằng này là label này. Thế bây giờ mình có thể dùng được cái gì? Labels. Chấm. Không phải. Self chấm grid. Mở ngoặc. Row bằng r. No. Column trước. Mặc dù không thay đổi gì lắm. Row bằng error. Rồi á. And then self chấm insert à? Cái prompt của nó có phải insert không? Label text. Thì self.config text nó sẽ là bằng một cái prompt what is it? Text phải text string.text check. Ok, done. From labels import labels. Ta để label viết vào. Ok, đó phải viết cái này. Thì bây giờ sẽ có label đầu tiên. Mình sẽ có grid là bằng label đầu tiên nó sẽ ở vị trí bao nhiêu nhỉ? Column là đấy, ta viết ở hàng 0 row bằng 1 và row bằng 1 và is equal to. Yep. Ok, giờ nó sẽ trông int sub init. Yep. Ok. It's blowing smoke. Tiếp đến là column. Cái entry của ta là 1, thế là row column 2 row 1 và nó sẽ nói là mouse. Yep. Và 2 label này có cái vẫn là ở column 2 đúng không? Column 2 km. Yes. Okay, perfect. Yep. Và bây giờ thì có thêm một cái text ở trên đầu nữa thôi. Cũng không cần. Is equal to phải lùi xuống và calculate phải lùi xuống. Is equal to tại vì đang không có gì ở trên đầu nhỉ? Phải có một thằng ở giữa ở đây thì nó sẽ là row 11. Ok, chơi thằng là 11. Đấy. Label 2 và label 3. Ok, giờ tạo một thằng thứ tư. Có thể để trống đằng kia được không? 1. Ok. Giờ def một cái nữa, calculate thì nó sẽ return lại một cái get number của tao, sau đó nhân với 1.6. Calculate. Đâu? Vấn đề ở đây. Get number. Invalid literal for base 10. That's true. Thôi, để một thằng thứ tư riêng. Label bằng label. Right. Oh no. Thôi kệ đi. Text của nó sẽ là bằng calculate. Nhưng mà nó sẽ phải là command bằng calculate. Rồi, thế là bây giờ cái button của tao đâu? Đây đúng không? Không gọi cái này. Sau đó nhân 1,6 luôn. Cho thằng này string luôn cũng được. Print check cho chắc. Windows bằng TK. Indentation. Indentation error. Oh, my bad. Nút calculate thì nó sẽ tính đúng không? Yep. Okay. How many decimal place calc round number in Python? Thế thì sẽ là mở ngoặc round, sau đó thêm một cái ngoặc nữa. Giờ nếu nhập 12 vào nó sẽ là 19. Ôi. Ok. Rồi, thằng label thứ tư sẽ là bằng và thằng này ở bỏ một cái ngoặc đi và return đúng rồi. Money so high, the money ending so high. How? Và return. Oh, không nên return. Cái thằng này không nên là label. Ôi, tại sao tao lại phải làm cái này à? Tao không... Oh no, đừng xóa hết đúng rồi. Nó sẽ là label 4. Để có cần cái này nữa. Phẩy blank. Yep. Label 4 chấm config mở ngoặc text bằng và thêm một dấu ngoặc nữa. Yep. Ok, nó bị trùng một chỗ ở đây. 11. Sao nó trùng với 01 nhỉ? Tại vì cái thằng entry của tao để ở 11. Nhưng mà nó có trông ở 11 không nhỉ? Nó phải là grid của thằng entry phải là row 0, label 1, column 1, yes, okay. Okay, and then thằng mouse với cả thằng kilometer sẽ dịch lên trên đúng không? 0 và 1. Yep. Nice. There we go. Và cho window nhỏ xuống một tí. Min size của nó chỉ là 200 trên 100 thôi. There we go. 30 cap. 34 90. There we go. Xong. Next lesson. Đây, để xem giải nha.
But also for you to be able to use and...
Oh my god, thực sự viết hết tất cả mọi thứ à? Yep, thêm một cái này là được à? That's crazy, bro. Rồi, next. Pomodoro à? Cool.
Hey guys, welcome to day 28 of 100 Days of Code. Today we're going to be building a Pomodoro app completely from scratch using tkinter and the knowledge that we gained from yesterday's lessons. Now, you've already heard me talk about the Pomodoro technique, this famous book by Francesco Cirillo. This famous technique that helps people time manage and to get more stuff done. Now, if you didn't hear me talk about it, this is basically a very simple breakdown. Essentially, you figure out the task that you need to do, something hard, something that takes a while, like writing your next book or coding up a project. And then you want to set your timer
Mouse
to 25
2
minutes
kilometers.
and then work on the task for
Converter.
25 minutes. And then
The
after that, you take a short 5-minute break. And after you've
Có
done
thể
4 of these
change được.
Pomodoros, basically 4
Cái này,
repetitions,
cái này nó
then
như
you
nào?
get to take a 15 to 30 minute break.
It can be
So this basically really
beat to
effectively
meters.
utilizes the
Ví
way
dụ
that
thế.
our brain works
But I'm
to
too lazy
take
for that.
short breaks often and to work for 25 minutes at a time, which helps us with information retention and also keeping up the motivation.
Pomodoro technique. Set timer to 25 minutes. Làm việc 25 phút, nghỉ 5 phút, and then do it again and again.
This is the program that we're going to be building using tkinter. It's going to be a timer with a tomato on it, and when you click start, it's going to tell you to work for 25 minutes. And then that window can go into the background, and while you're writing your code or doing whatever, when the timer is up, it will pop to the very front of the screen above all of the other windows. When the timer is
Workman,
up, it will pop to the very front of the screen above all of the other windows and tell you to take a break. So the first break is for 5 minutes, and you'll notice here we've already achieved 1 check mark for our first Pomodoro completed. And once you're done with the break, then it's going to go back to work and it's going to continue until you reach the longer break or until you click reset to stop and reset the timer. Effectively, it's going to help you do these Pomodoros where you have 25-minute work, 5-minute break, you do 4 of these 25-minute work sessions, and then you get a 20-minute.
Cool.
The first thing I want you to do to get started is to head over to the course resources and download the starting files for the Pomodoro project.
For me. Huh? Oh my god, sectioning? Cool. W thumbnail. True.
Once you've got that, then you should be able to unzip this file and get hold of the starting folder. This folder, there's some color hex codes or a font name or the number of minutes for working, short breaks and long breaks. So that's already in the starting file. The first thing we're going to do is to set up our UI. So under the section UI setup, we're going to create a new window using tkinter, and we're going to get the window to run and give it a background color. Pretty simple. So let's go to the top of our file and import our tkinter module. And then if we scroll down to our UI setup section, let's go ahead and create a new window from the tk class. Remember, remember that our TK class is one of the classes from tkinter, so you can either tap into the tkinter module and then get hold of the TK class, like I have done here, or, as in our case, if we're going to be using a lot of classes from tkinter, then we can simply say from tkinter, let's go ahead and import all of the classes. So that way we can straight away refer to this TK class. Now that we've created our window, the next thing we can do is to set the title of the window, which
Pomodoro window.title Pomodoro. Took of me window chấm main loop để cho nó không tắt. Okay. Window. What do you mean geometry? 800 điểm à? Cool. 400 lên 400 cũng được. Ôi, thế tức là không. Vẫn được. Để min size cũng được. Min size 400.
you can of course call it anything you want, but in my case I'm going to set it to just Pomodoro, which just means tomato in Italian. So now that we've got our Pomodoro, then we're going to get our window to show up by using window.mainLoop as usual. And now if we run this code, our main, you can see we've got a blank window, a title, and we're ready to go to the next step. The next step is to put an image into our program so that we can have this tomato as the background of our program, and then we can put some text on top, which is going to signify
import
our countdown timer. This is what we're aiming for, but to achieve this and to be able to put images onto the screen which look like this, we're going to have to learn about the tkinter canvas widget. A canvas widget
TK commands Canva now background good enough. Nope. Not this. Cái này thôi. Get it.
It is a little bit like a real life canvas, really. It allows you to layer things one on top of the other. So you could draw something and then you could draw something on top of that. And what it allows us to do in our case is to place an image onto our program and then to place some text straight on top of that. In between our window creation and the window main loop is where we're going to create our canvas. And our canvas is created using the canvas widget, of course. One of the things that we can specify when we create our canvas is a width and a height.
Có thể làm được như này luôn không?
And that will be
Tomato.png.
So we know that we want to display this tomato image inside that canvas. And we can see that this has roughly a width of 200 and a height of 223. So let's create a canvas that's roughly about the same size as the image. So we'll put a width of 200 and a height of 224, just so that we work with some even numbers. Once I've created my canvas, the next thing I want to do is to add my image to it. And we can use a method that the canvas has, which is called createImage. And as soon as I type create, you can see there's actually a whole bunch of other methods, like create the text in the canvas, create a rectangle, create an oval. And all of these things could be overlapped on each other inside the same canvas. Now, when we create an image, there's a couple of things which are required. The first thing is the X and Y positions of this image in the canvas.
หมด
Given that we
Chum
have
Moborai.
a width of 200 and a height of 224, I want my image to position to the X and Y values. We
And then-
also have to specify a image, but I can't just simply type the
import
name of
Okay,
my
what-
image, which is tomato.png, because that is not the type of data that this argument is expecting. What it wants instead is something called a photo image, and this class comes from TK,
เอ๊ะ
and it's basically a way to read through a file and to
Wow.
get hold of a particular image at a particular file.
Cool. So nó sẽ trông ain't no pressure. BG photo bằng. Yep. Canvas chum create image anchor. Shut up. No anchor.
We counted them nights after the judge. 100 racks thrown up in the fucking club. Every time I show up, you know I'm turning up. Right now, pouring my heart in my cup. P5, know we real right, know what's up. He ain't got no ties, shout your boyfriend.
We can simply specify our file name like
Hold
so.
on. Little up
The
PNG.
next thing we're going to do is we're going to save this photo image.
Đúng rồi mà. Oh, tại
higher
chưa
space
pack.
of the window.
My
In
bad.
fact, the window is resizing itself to fit this image. Wouldn't it be better if this
Yep.
screen was actually a little bit bigger so we don't just look at the image of a tomato? We can do that by getting our window to be configured.
This guy teaching? Oh, you won't believe what she looks like. She looks like this. And she's from the UK. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
And the configuration that we
This
want
one.
to change is the padding. So I'm going to change the pad X and pad Y. On the X axis, on the horizontal,
Pad
I'm gonna put
X?
the pad X.
What?
We
What do
can
you mean
do
pad?
that by getting our window to be configured, and the configuration that we want to change is the padding. So I'm going to change the pad X and pad Y. On the X axis, on the horizontal, I'm actually going to add a whole 100 pixels of padding on both sides, and then on
Oh, padding tức là nó sẽ đẩy bất kỳ thứ gì ở bên ngoài 100 pixels vào trong. I see. It's a padding. Damn. Config. Cool. 200 thử xem. Cool. Cool.
the Y axis, pad Y, I'm going to change that to 50, so that it's got 50 pixels of padding on the top.
Bếp trông nó có
That's
khác gì
looking
không?
pretty good, other than one small defect. You can see that our tomato image is a little bit cut off on the left,
That's
and
true.
I suspect this is because the actual image is a little bit shifted over to the left. So we can actually adjust this X position to be a little bit more to the right, and that way our tomato can be centered on screen without being cut off on either side.
That's crazy
So
debugging bro. 110 điểm rồi. 101 điểm rồi. 102 điểm rồi.
that we've tweaked our
Blah.
image and we've displayed it on screen, the next thing to do is to display some text. As you noticed before, in addition to canvas.create
Create
image,
text.
there were a whole bunch of other things we could create,
Yep.
including some text. This create text method works very similarly to the create image method. Notice how the first thing that's getting highlighted is the single asterisk args, and then we've got our 2 asterisk quargs. So remember from the lessons yesterday, these arguments are the unlimited positional arguments, and these arguments are the unlimited keyword arguments. So the keyword arguments here are, for example, the image or the background color,
We get it on.
but I'm just going to try the same values as
Can we import time? Import a timer.
the image to see how that looks. And now we can add some keyword arguments, for example, the text. So I just want it to say 00:00, which looks pretty much like the clock. Now if we run our code, you can see we've got a little bit of text showing up. Now notice how it's a little bit high up on the tomato, because remember the tomato starts at the top here and ends.
这个phải lùi xuống. Yes. Canvas dot create text. 102 121 text is equal to, and then font is equal to font name, and then no giving, yeah, size. No size. I'm good. Yep. How do you pack a size? Pack size. Python. TK enter. Yes. Okay. Oh, so it can be a tuple. Cool. Font name. Yes. Nice. How many style? A little bit down. 130. Okay. Good. Oh yeah.
Here. So that is the center of the tomato image, but we can move it down a little bit so that it's actually centered in this red part, the circular part. With a little bit of experimentation, I think this 103, 130 actually works quite well, and it's pretty much
Oh wow,
the
một
center
30
of the
thật này.
tomato. Let's modify this text in some other ways. We can change the fill, which is basically the color of the text, and I'm going to change that to white. Professional designers have created, and it makes
Yes.
the yellow, and we're going to be using that across our program to give it that consistent color theme and make it look. See, I've got the pink, the red, the green, and the yellow, and I
35.
can set it to a hex code. So a
35.
hex code starts out with the pound sign,
Sure.
and then it's some numbers and some letters. Now I've already got all of that for you, and all you have to do is just to put down the name of the constant. So this should not be in quotation marks because it's not the word, it's in fact referring to that particular variable and the string that's held inside. So now if we check our screen, you can see the background has been changed to that nice yellow color. So it
Và
writes
cái background của cái
a
canvas này
hay
cũng phải
color.
là
But the tomato, namely
Yep.
the canvas, still has that white background. So let's change the background color of the canvas as well. And again, it's using the BG. So some of these you'll notice are standard attributes that we can change, like the width and the height and the background color, which is standard across all of the widgets, to the background of the canvas. And you can see that the canvas is now yellow as well, but it's still got this little white border which denotes the edges of our canvas. To get rid of that, I found a specific keyword argument that would actually help, and it took quite a bit of digging around, quite a bit of Stack Overflow searching and Googling in order to fit order, which denotes the edges of our count. A specific keyword argument
Canvas. Remove. Border.
document that would actually help, and it took quite a bit of digging around, quite a bit of Stack Overflow searching and Googling in order to find this. It wasn't very straightforward because Tkinter is not well documented, unfortunately.
BD bằng không, highlight thickness bằng không. Cool. Gì à? BD bằng không, highlight thickness bằng không. Okay. Nice. No trimmed edges? Yes, okay. Cool. That's cool, that's cool. Oh my god, Stack Overflow is so good.
Unfortunately. But thankfully for you, all you have to do is find your canvas so that you spend.
BD, what's BD? BD, a border width, okay. Wait, border width? Border width bằng không luôn cũng được.
That it now looks pretty good. And our canvas, if you can't tell, we're removed, shifted a little bit, 100. And I'm going to change it both for the text and the image, and we can make that tomato image perfectly round once more. With Tkinter, I found that you have to do quite a bit of tweaking around, especially with these positions, and you'll spend some time judging it by eye in terms of the size and the width and where to place it. But we have now successfully managed to place an image onto the screen, change the background of the window, keep it consistent, and add a little bit of text onto our tomato. So now we're ready for the next step. The first thing I want you to do is where to place it, but we have now successfully managed to place an image onto the screen, change the background of the window, keep it consistent, and add a little bit of text onto our tomato. So now we're ready for the next step. In the next lesson, we're going to create the rest of the user interface, and that is mostly going to be up to you. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next. In In the last lesson, we started setting up our user interface, and we created this canvas, placed our image onto it, and also on top of that put some text. This is how far we've gotten, and we want to now complete setting up the user interface, so adding in some more components. And we want it to end up looking a bit like this, with a label at the top, a big bit of text, some buttons at the bottom, and also a label.
Ố, thế thì mình có thể làm luôn mà không cần tha cổ mấy cái khác. I'm so screwed, yo. Label bằng text bằng I'm screwed up. I'm screwed up. I'm screwed up. I'm screwed up. Yep. I'm screwed up. I'm screwed up. There we go. It's like fading. I don't know why. Whoa, stop. Calm down, bro. I treated you nice. But you just wanna party and get high. Party and get high. Party and get high. Maybe you just wanna party and get high. Calm. Change fill color label TK in. Just figure out it goes out. BG. Yeah, BG lah mo. Oh, BG la yellow. Foreground. Okay. Bang green. Good enough. Yes. Okay, bold. Go bold. Cool. And then reset button. Supposed to have it go out. Up by then we go out. We go against the hill. Let's just try to close out. Too clumsy. Ok, không có background color thì em đâu. Có border không? Uses. Không có này thì em đâu. Border bằng không. Nên không? Bỏ cái này đi vẫn còn cái chữ border đúng không? Yep, there's a border. Okay, border equals to 1 for both. Baby, you just wanna. Pink is fine. Okay. Bây dùng album khác vậy. Play a new album. The fuck?
That keeps track of how many Pomodoros we've done. So each 25-minute work session gets us a check mark. So you're going to be using a lot of the stuff that you learned in yesterday's lesson in terms of which Tkinter widgets to use. I want to correct widgets, then that would be considered a win. Pause the video now and give it a
Yes, I already did it. Okay.
Alright, so I'm going to get started by creating this top label here. And that I'm going to call the title label, and that's going to be created from the label class. Now the text in this is just going to read timer for now, and I want to change its color by using the foreground keyword. In the last lesson, we completed the user interface for our Pomodoro timer, and we've managed to get all the components that we need onto our graphical user interface. Now the next step is to actually give it some functionality. I want to be able to create some sort of countdown mechanism that just does something really simple. For example, if it was just able to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, going down by 1 each time, that would be great. that's what we're going to be working on in this lesson, and we're going to go into the countdown mechanism section to do that. One of the ways that you might think about approaching this is to use our time module, because we've seen before that we can say time.sleep and we can tell it to sleep for a second. So then we could maybe set up a while loop, and while something or other is true, go ahead and sleep for 1 second, and then afterwards just, subtract 1 from some sort of counter. So we could start count at 5, and then each time we subtract by 1, and then each time we just simply update our label here, which we created in the canvas, to whatever value count might be. Now, that sounds great in principle. The only problem is that we're working within a graphical user interface program. The reason why that's relevant is because if we think about a command line program, say, for example, if we were to get our console to do something, print hello, well, it's only going to do something when you actually give it an instruction and you hit enter. It doesn't really need to keep an eye out for what you might do in between. But a graphical user interface is a little bit different. It needs to keep watching the screen to see whether if a user clicks on a button, for example. So it's basically going to refresh and keep listening for events. So every fraction of a second, it's going to keep checking, did something happen, did something happen, did something happen? And the moment when it does, then it's got to react. It's got to react to that event. In this case, we tend to call these types of GUI programs event-driven. And the way that it's driven is through our main loop. So when we set up our window,
God, check mark?
Start off the main
Bull.
loop, it's basically
Check mark, bro. Fuck you mean check mark? And then grid is 3 on 1. Why is it 3? Bold. Maybe. And okay, Bill gonna be upper. And fonts. Oh, it's a little bit too much. We'll set that on 10. It's just a label, right? Let's see. It's a label. Yes. 1 on 3.
looping through, and every millisecond it's checking to see, did something happen, did something happen, did something happen? So that means if we have another loop in our program, it actually won't be able to reach the main loop, and in this case, when you actually try to run it, nothing happens. Our program doesn't even launch. So we have to rethink this, and we have to do it a little bit differently. In order to create interactive and interesting programs, you kind of need something to happen on screen, right, every so often. You need this timing mechanism. Luckily, TK Inter already thought of this, and we can in fact use one of the built-in methods to every widget. So if we tap into our window widget, we can get hold of a method called after. And after is quite simple.
Fuck. Put a command after a time delay.
Simple. It's a method that takes a amount of time that it should wait, and then after that amount of time, it simply calls a particular function that you tell it to call, passing in any arguments that you want to give it. Here's how it works. We call window.after. We first provide the amount of time to wait in milliseconds. So if we want 1 second, then that's 1000 milliseconds. Next, we pass in a function to call. So let's create a function up here. Let's just call it, say, something. And then we'll pass in the thing like this. And then all we do is we just print that thing. So super simple function, and then we give the name of this function as the function to call after 1000 milliseconds. Now the final thing in this list of arguments, if I just go ahead and cut that and show you again when it gives me the prompt, the last thing is actually a asterisk args. This, if you remember, allows us to put in an unlimited number of positional arguments. And those arguments in this case simply gonna be
What do you mean 358?
positional arguments. So let's put in some other arguments, which we'll call A, B, and C, and then we'll print A, print B, and print C. And now, instead of passing in hello, we're going to pass in lots of positional parameters. So we'll say 3, 5, and 8. Now, when I hit run, you'll see it waits for 1 second, and then it passes all 3 of these parameters to say something, and it goes ahead and prints all of those out at once. So this is how the after method works. But what we want it to do, though, is we want it to repeat itself, to essentially loop. One way of getting that behavior is to simply put this method call somewhere inside a function and then call itself. So here's what I mean. Let's create a function called countdown, and this is going to take a input in the form of the number to count down by. And then inside this function, we call window.after. And we say that after 1000 milliseconds, call this function countdown, and then pass in a count number. If that count number started out as 5, then we want to say count minus 1. Now, all we have to do is to call this countdown method. So let's call countdown and pass in the starting count, let's say 5 seconds. So now when I run the code, it's going to call this method, passing in 5 over here, and then it's going to wait for 1 second, and then it's going to call this function countdown, passing in 5 minus 1. So it becomes 4. And then afterwards, it repeats again, becomes 3, 2, 1. So now if we catch that number, which we can print, then we'll be able to see it count down when we run the code. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 every second, and it basically keeps on going, and it even continues to the negatives. So if we don't want it to go to negative time, then all we have to do is add an if statement. If count is greater than 0, then go ahead and execute this line of code. So now it'll go from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and then it will stop. This is the kind of behavior that we would need if we want to update our countdown in our Pomodoro timer. So how can we, instead of printing the count, actually change this text on our canvas? Well, the way that we do that is by assigning this text a variable. So I'm going to call it timer text. And now that we've got timer text being set as the text that was created in the canvas, then we can access it right here. And the way that we change a piece of text, or anything for that matter, in a canvas is slightly different from how we would do for a label. If it was just the title label that we wanted to change, we would say title label.config, and then let's change the text to something new. But to change a canvas element, you actually have to tap into the particular canvas you want to change, and then you call a method called itemConfig. And then in this method, you pass in the particular item that you actually want to configure. So in our case, it's the timer text. And then you pass in the thing about it that you actually want to change in terms of a quag. So this is a keyword argument. We're going to change the text to the current count. Now notice how this is not the string count, because then it would just show that word, but it's actually the live countdown timer. At this point in time, if I run the code, I actually get an error, and it tells us that the name canvas is not defined. And that's because I'm calling this method countdown before I actually created the canvas. So if I move that to below this line and I run it again, then you'll see it actually work. And you see it starts out from 5 and it counts down to 0. Now, how can we tie that behavior to the start button so that I can press the start button and then and only then does it start counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, let's go ahead and add another function. I'm going to add it in the timer mechanism section, and I'm going to call it start timer. Now, this function is super simple. All it's going to do is it's going to be responsible for calling that function countdown, and it's going to count down from 5 seconds. So I'll move that inside the start timer, and now the start timer is going to be the function that needs to be triggered when the start button gets pressed. Do you remember how to tie a function to a button in Tkinter? Pause the video and see if you can solve this challenge so that you'll be able to run.
Oh, hello Nam. Nó để vào đâu ấy nhỉ? Countdown mechanism không? Không, vào đấy nhỉ? Windows chấm after 1000 will count in the cái này để đó cũng được, không cần phải section như này. print. No. Cái số lỗi để đâu em? Đây. Timer text.
On the code.
Để cái này count luôn này. Xong để cái này count down. Print down. Sau đó thì return.
So now it'll go from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and then it will stop. This is the kind of behavior that we would need if we want to update our countdown in our Pomodoro timer. So how can we, instead of printing the count, actually change this text on our canvas? Well, the way that we do that is by assigning this text a variable. So I'm going to call it timer text. And now that we've got timer text being set as the text that was created in the canvas, then we can access it right here. And the way that we change a piece of text, or anything for that matter, in a canvas is slightly different from how we would do for a label. If it was just the title label that we wanted to change, we would say title label.config . And then let's change the is not defined, and that's because I'm calling this method countdown before I actually create it. The canvas. So if I move that to below this line and I run it again, then you'll see it actually work. And you see it starts out from 5 and it counts down to 0. Now, how can we tie that behavior to the start button? button so that I can press the start button, and then and only then does it start counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It actually calls the start timer function, which calls the countdown function, and get it to count down from 5 seconds. Now, we don't actually want to count down from 5 seconds. We want to count down in minutes.
Hello.
Because we're probably not going to be working for 5 seconds at a time. We're going to be working for 25 minutes.
Đang chơi với con Dương Bách Nắm.
We'll
chơi
have a
Valo đâu.
5-minute break. So how can I
Mày đi làm
change
gì?
this countdown?
Ninh có làm gì không? Ngồi đây thôi.
Instead of as
Mày chơi à?
Đang chơi
À mày đang chơi à? Mấy người à?
5 seconds
5 người.
Ok, đi cái
to
chơi.
5 minutes. Well, let's have a think about that.
Mày định giữ tao ở
If
đây
we
như nào?
wanted to count down,
Thích
let's
giữa.
say
Được.
1 minute, then that, in terms of seconds, would be 60 seconds. All we have to do is to
trên
take
YouTube
the
này
number
làm
of
trong
minutes
video.
that we want to count down by and multiply it by 60. In this case, if we wanted to count
YouTube
down
đâu rồi?
by 5 minutes instead of 5 seconds, all we have to
Display text. Timer text không thể nào. Nhưng mà khó mà tắt.
do is multiply by subtraction. But now, so that we can display it in the format of 0000, like the usual kind of time, where, for example, you have 1 minute and 35 seconds.
Bên trái kìa, bên trái. Bên trái.
Remaining, or something like
Idea.
that. So how can we create something like this? If we
Text sẽ là bằng
Mấy thằng ngu quay thằng bên trái ạ, đi. Đằng sau. Có hai thằng cướp, tao chạy ra tao không check map này mà.
Yep. Chuẩn rồi. Thôi nhưng mà thế nó sẽ là
I'm pussy out. Quên tao chơi smoke. Quên chơi smoke. Này anh em nhìn này đây mới nhìn này. Nhìn hộ sát phải không?
we have the count in terms of seconds, so let's say we had 300, and we wanted to
Cuối đây
know
mà,
how
cuối đây
many
mà.
minutes were in that, then all
Nhìn
we
mít
have to
đéo
do
rồi.
is take 300 and then divide it by 5 seconds remaining. That is equivalent to, and the way we would do that is Because remember, the modulo divides a number by another number, so 245 divided by 60, and then it will give us the
Chia lấy nguyên.
down so that we get rid of all of the remainder. Now, we don't want to round it so that if it was something like 3.6, it becomes 4. We actually just want to get rid of everything after the decimal place. To do that, the easiest way is to import the math module and then use a function called math.floor. And this math.floor, if I hover over it, is going to return the largest whole number that is less than or equal to x. If this was 4.8, then the largest whole number less than 4.8 is 4. So that's basically what this is going to do. And this is going to give us the number of minutes. Now, the next thing we want to do is to know, well, how many seconds is left after we've taken away the minutes. To do this, we're going to do count, and then we're going to use the modulo to divide it by 60. So the modulo is going to give us the remainder number of seconds after we've cleanly divided it by 60. For example, if we had 100 seconds, and we divide that by happens, we're going to try and count down 5 minutes. So we get hold of the number of seconds, we pass it over to this function. We work out what the count is equivalent to in minutes and seconds. So now when I run the code and I hit start, notice how it starts from 5 minutes to figure out is 5:00. You have to learn about Python dynamic typing. We have to understand how that works.
Dynamic typing.
In the last lesson, we managed to get our countdown mechanism to work, and we got it to count down from 5 minutes to 0. Now, everything works, but there's just something a little bit niggling, and you'll see it when I hit start. If it's that 0 comes from this, and it's just going to be equal to 0.
Đông quá, vào cái đéo cầm cái khẩu này vào cái gì? Thằng Quang Dương đứng đây làm gì ấy? Được. Hình như trong file hết mà.
That is equal to the integer, the whole, and that is a string.
Yes, we get it. Dynamic typing. Learn.
Is now of data type string. And the very fact that I'm able to do that, change a variable's data type by changing the content in that variable, this is what's known as dynamic typing. In this sense, Python is a language that's quite unique because on one hand, it is strongly typed in the sense that it holds on to the data type of the variable. So this A is a string, and it knows that it's a string. And if you do something that is not meant for a string, say if you tried to raise A to the power of 2, then that is going to be a type error. Types matter, and when you call a function that's expecting a particular type, say if you use the power function, which is expecting a integer, and you here, then again we get type error. It knows what type is supposed to go into that function, and it makes sure that you comply with.
Ôi giời.
This is where the language is strongly typed. But the part where the language is dynamically typed is that even though it knows what type a variable is, it knows what type a function expects, you can also dynamically change the data type of any variable like this. That is basically what we're using here. We're using dynamic typing to change the data type of countsec from an integer to a string. And then we use that string to display inside this canvas text. Now, there is, however, still a bit of a bug with this, and you'll see it once it dips below 10 seconds.
Goodbye mà.
Notice that
Boo, 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 boo.
Đây tao quay lại B rồi. Còn B đéo đâu, đi thằng ruồi.
we're able to do this because of the flexibility of the data types in Python, checking it as a number, making sure it's less than 10, and then formatting it as a string and using the F string.
Địt mẹ
Now,
mày nói
this is
smoke,
not
bố
a
biết
feature
smoke chỗ
that's
nào.
available in all programming languages. For example, languages like C or Java or Swift, you won't be able to do this. Once you create a variable and you give it a certain type of data, then it must forever hold on to that type of data.
Vai.
Now we're almost there.
Tham. Tham đâu?
Down from however minutes we tell it
Không
to.
được tham nhưng mà tham.
Here's a challenge for you.
Thôi, nó
We
trôn
know
rồi.
that the Pomodoro technique requires us to work for 25 minutes and then after 25 minutes to take a short break, and then it goes back to 25, and this repeats until we've done 4 sets of 25 minutes, and then we get a long break.
Tiến ơi, như mẹ mày gọi tao nghe tiếng ring ring ở đâu ấy.
Ôi mẹ mày à? Ôi thôi sao?
Thôi hết tham rồi, về đi, về đi, về đi. Nó cho mày kìa, nó cho mày kìa. Ôi thôi chết mẹ.
Chia 5 dư 4 à? Module 5 bằng 4 2 chấm. Down. Short break. Short break 60.
Meow 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 meow.
Yes.
Meow 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 meow.
Downward meow
Meow meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Địt mẹ sao mày chắp ở đấy? Mày không chắp cao lên được à? Mắc địt. Tao không cầm súng gì đâu, tao cầm mỗi khẩu classic rồi. Đợi thằng nào chết tao ấy.
Ôi đi mẹ, ôi nhầm
Nó đi lên ram kìa, nó đi lên ram kìa. Đi đâu rồi? Cái địt mẹ. Ơi tao smoke cho mày chạy đi. Địt mẹ thằng Trung. Địt mẹ Trung ngu quá đồn.
Quốc mới nổi thân.
Tao smoke này mày chạy về mày còn ra bắn nhau với nó ạ, bắn còn đéo chết ạ. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I could. Ôi, con chó Quang Dương đi đâu rồi? A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P
Không, cái sao cho
Q
bạn
R S T U V W X Y and Z I Oh, I A B C next time will you sing with me? Địt mẹ xong mày cứ đứng ở trong sai xong mày drone ra ngoài thì đéo nào. Lừa hay sao? Ê, nó vào kìa. Phá khiên hay khăn rồi. Nó vào này. Thằng ruồi đâu? Địt mẹ no.
Bọn mày tỷ số bao nhiêu rồi? Ôi, mới chơi à? Về. Start timing. Mình bắt đầu start timing.
Liên quan chó gì?
Ừ.
Ô, đi A kìa. Mày đừng đấy, mày bắt được đấy. Mà nếu mày đi nhanh hơn. Chúng nó không biết mày ở đây đâu.
Ừ. Chết cho nó.
Chó luôn mà. Kỹ quá.
À.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z I know A B C. Sạm luôn. Im mồm. Lâm bảo im mồm kìa.
Wow. Not reset it.
Đau quá. Quang ơi, mày bắn như con cặc thế à Quang? Sao mày đi A3 mà? Chúng là một thằng trong sai. Cuối trong sai chỗ đấy đấy đấy. Hay. Rùa.
Lồ nó. Ui, good crash rồi. Đi, con mẹ nhà mày. Crash rồi, close, cancel.
So I to do our 25 minutes in terms of work seconds.
Đây.
Yes.
Rùa vãi cứt. Giao được không? Giao được không? Ôi rồi ôi. Ôi rồi ôi. Quang. Lâm, giao nốt đi. Giao nốt.
nếu nó không chết cho hai thì work with them cấp một
Chưa bắn nhau đâu. Có mid đấy, có mid đấy. Long về mid này. Hết giờ mốc và thằng lồn Quang Dương. Sao mày chạy ra B làm gì ở dưới?
không được.
Biết gì đâu, tao biết gì đâu. Biết gì đâu.
Alice nó là reps chia cho nó nằm ở số bao nhiêu nhỉ? Không.
Địt mẹ cái smoke. Cái smoke thằng ruồi tao tưởng lâu cơ. Đưa tao smoke Heaven được. Nó nói tiếng rồi đấy. Ôi Thằng ngu.
Một ba năm bảy
iOS ạ. Hỏi thế là nhanh. Không có B à? Hỏi đéo đi mid nữa đâu. Cẩn thận Heaven đấy, cẩn thận chỗ này.
Petition, it needs to run.
Địt mẹ đéo trộm được ạ, cay đấy nhở. Cầm đi, tao không thích bắn khẩu đấy. Cho anh em bắn. Đéo vào à?
Run this line of code. Catch these bugs in terms of
Reaper test nào trước điều kiện đặc biệt trước rồi treo 8 bằng phone trước này
Rồi, bắn nó. Như nào là yếu? Cho mày rồi. Hay.
our logic
Ôi,
of triggering start
6, 7.
timer and once again, and this time it's going to increase the rep is to add a else statement here and catch when the count goes to 0, because it's in that moment
Chung
that we
cho
want
xin
to
skin
actually
service.
call start timer.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Cái địt mẹ Quang Dương ơi.
Này chỉnh kinh ấy.
Dương ơi.
Nhìn qua. Xem là được 5.
Chết. Đây xuống đây. Đây xuống đây. Ôi rồi ôi đấy xuống đấy.
À,
Nó đẩy lên đấy. Đặt bom thì Quang Dương, sao mày mà lại làm cái trò gì đây?
ô, sao nó cứ đến một cái lúc nào đấy nó tự dưng lại. Ồ, từ từ. Cứ đến một lúc nào đấy là lại slow down. Được. Không, nó không slow down. Rồi, sau cái này nó sẽ là 5. Yep. Thế được.
Once again.
Bên trái kìa.
And this time it's going to increase the reps and
Cái địt con mẹ chúng mày. Đừng có báo. Bên ấy. Bên dưới kìa.
Bên trái nó reset đấy, từ từ thằng reset. Command của cái thằng reset button.
Nó tìm lỗi để đổ anh ơi.
Command. Rồi nó đép vào cái trên này.
Nó chạy ra mid rồi drone đi vào B đấy.
figure out which countdown we actually need to
Ném
go
đi.
to. So if we run this code again, and I found... Now, as the user though, it's quite hard to tell whether if I'm in a work section or if I'm in a break section.
That's true.
And what's actually going on. So we should improve the user experience by changing this title from saying timer to whatever it is that the user should be doing. So if they are in this long break countdown, then it should say break.
Thế thì ok, sẽ chưa đến cái chỗ này. Xóa comment này đi để sửa cái chỗ này. Đây, long break. Label nào nhỉ? Nó là 1 row 0. Cái này, timer label. Timer label config hoặc là bracket text
mua hộ tao đi.
long break. Không thích như này. Timer label chấm config đúng không? Text bằng long break. Yep, short break. Xong rồi working.
Chắc đéo đã chết rồi.
Ok, ban đầu nó nói timer đúng không? Pomodoro timer thì Pomodoro. Để speed up xem nó có thay đổi không nhá.
Vào luôn cái gì? Mày nhìn tao đang đi đâu đây? Cái thằng ngu. Thằng ngu.
Nhanh vãi luôn. 3 và 4 lần thứ tư là long break. Nice.
If they're in a short break section, it should say
Good. Oh yeah,
Ô, cái gì đấy?
có thể cho foreground nữa nhỉ. Màu màu của cái này. Foreground bằng green, background yellow. Cái background không cần thay đổi. Red, không red trước. Red. Xong rồi cái fabric này sẽ là yellow. Và cái cuối cùng này sẽ là green. Chậm quá.
Cái địt.
Two.
Ừ.
Vẫn nhanh quá. 0.5. Nhịp mạnh quá rồi. Đã chạy được 1 mili giây rồi. Được rồi. Ôi, đi vậy. Luôn rồi. Foreground. Thế nó không phải foreground, nó là timer label. Foreground là đúng.
Vậy nhá, mày nó drone ở ngoài mày ném chết mẹ nó đi. Cái địt.
Short break ở đây. Không mua gì. Short break đang bị trùng màu. Pink. Pink.
Từ từ tao sợ mốc đã.
3 và 4. Nice. Xong.
City,
4
city,
sessions of
city.
work, then the Now we're at the final stretch. Our
City
Pomodoro
đấy.
program is
Còn city.
almost complete. We've got this beautiful user
Thằng nào
interface,
ngu.
we've got beautiful colors from our Color Hunt color palettes, and we've got pretty much everything functioning other than
Ôi
just some
giời
loose ends.
ơi!
So the first thing I want to fix is this section with the
Chắc
check
nó dựng
marks.
tường đấy. Nó dựng
So
tường
we've
đấy.
created our check marks, which is a label that currently just contains a single check mark. Now I'm actually going to cut this check mark and delete the text here because I want that label to start out as empty. Now the only time when I want that label to get an extra check mark is when the user has completed a work countdown. So once they've completed their 25-minute session, then they should get that check mark. To do that, I'm going to write the code inside this else statement because every single time a countdown completes, it's going to go into this else statement because the count goes down to 0. Now currently we're just getting the timer to restart itself and go to the next session. But what we want to do here is we want to check to see how many reps we have. And for every 2 reps, then that means we've completed 1 work session because it's work, then rest, then work, then rest. So for every 2 reps, we've completed 1 25-minute work session. So here's a challenge for you. So have a think about how you can use our variable reps to check so that for every 2 reps we've completed, we add a check mark to this check mark label. Pause the video and see if you can
check mark. Heavy check mark. Nhưng mà ok, không không có nói hiện lên xong.
Complete this challenge, then
Chẳng có solution nào hay không? Ok.
by anything because
Ok. Thế yêu cầu không phải là thêm một cái check, không phải là hiện check mark mà thêm một check mark mỗi lần. Cộng bằng. Yes. Không được. Thế không thể viết được ở trong này mà là phải ngoài này. Mark cộng bằng. Check. Unresolved reference mark. Global mark. Okay. Nice.
range. And the range, the next time you read your code, you can actually create a work sessions, and we can move this part of our code over to here. So the total number of work sessions is equal to the reps divided by 2 and then rounded down to the nearest integer. And then we can use that number of work sessions to create our range. When we've created our range, we know that this loop is going to run for that many times. So we can add to our mark. For every single time the loop runs, I'm going to paste in a check mark. You should have that check mark that you had from previously, and you can paste it into here. Now, once we've completed that loop, then all we need to do is to update our checkmarks label by calling config and then changing the text to equal our mark. Now, in this case, it probably makes sense for that to actually be plural. So I'm going to use my refactor rename to just add an S to everywhere I'm using this. Now let's test it out. When I hit start, it should start counting down, and once that work session completes, then you'll see the timer go to 0 and our first check mark show up. And for every work session we complete, we get an extra check mark. Just another thing that I want to address is our reset mechanism. So we have this lovely reset button, but it's not really doing anything at the moment. What I'm going to do is create a new function here, which I'll call reset timer. And what this reset timer is going to do is basically it's going to reset all the check marks, reset the text inside the timer, stop the timer, and change this title back to the text that it originally had, which is just the word timer. Now, the hardest part about this is actually stopping the timer, because what we have to do is we actually need to tap into that window.after again. But instead of calling after, we actually want to call after cancel. This way, we can actually cancel the timer that after again. But instead of calling after, we actually want to call after cancel. This way, we can actually cancel the timer that we had set up previously. This is the thing that we want to cancel. And if we want to cancel it, we have to give it a name and we have to put it inside a variable. So I'm going to call this my timer, but because this is going to be a local variable, because it's created
non-local.
This particular function, I actually have to bring it out. I have to make it a global variable. So I have to create it up here, but what value do I give it? Well, initially, it's actually not going to have any value at all. So it's going to start out as none, and then later on, I'm going to tap into that global timer in order to get it to hold on to this. Now then, once I want to reset my timer and cancel it, well then I can actually tap into this global timer and stop the timer. So now to actually activate this function reset timer, we have to add it as a command to our reset button. So where we create our button, I'm going to add it as a command. And remember, we have to get rid of the parentheses. So now if I run my program and I start my timer, you can see that as soon as I click this reset button, it stops my timer and it doesn't continue. So now all we have to do is to add all of the other things that we have to reset. For example,
Oh, thanks again. Timer label. Oh, no, no, no. Cái in nhỏ thôi, không in to. Check mark label yes. Rồi, reset. Nice. Wait. Start, reset, and then start. Đâu nhỉ? Timer. Nice.
Example, the text in here to read 00.
Make TK enter window pop up to front. Lift. Lift into window chấm lift. Tôi để cho thời gian chấp nhận tí 5 cả rồi. Oh wait, no. Nhầm. Mỗi lần như này thì nó lift. Giờ đến lúc trong vòng 5 phút nó sẽ lift. Nó lift không? Này nó qua mẹ này. Nó chưa đến. 5 3 2 lift. Thấy chưa? Oh my god, không được. Hey. What is it? Topmost true attributes. Có cái này không? Thế chỉ cần cái này thôi. Cái warning ở đây ở đâu? Got none inside. Oh, bro. Cho nhanh hơn tí. Ok. Hop, hop, hop. Bro. Cũng được. Mình để windowless, borderless cũng được. Ok, cái căn bản là cái app đây xong rồi. Bây giờ copy cái này ra thành một cái file. Reset. Nice.
And then the attribute that we want to choose,
Okay.
which is its text. Is counting down. I hit the reset button and then hit the start button again. Did you spot that? Our timer jumped from work to break because our reps are still increasing.
Yes, reps cũng phải bằng 0. Oh my god. Yes, I know, bro. Còn màu nào chơi dùng mũi? Green, yellow, pink. What name for everyone? What name? Cho font name của thằng này cũng như thế. Font. Hết rồi. Oh, my bad. Okay, standardized. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right.
Break 20 or whatever for you to start practicing doing Pomodoros and improving your work and your productivity.
Trong lúc cái này chạy export Python file new app.
Hello friends, welcome back to this new video. Today I am going to show
22
you
hours
how to
ago? That's
convert
crazy.
Python script to the previous application from the script. And here you can see I created this EMI calculator by using one file method.
Có thể mình rồi sẽ phải install. Yeah, cũng có trên Stack Overflow. Python install. Just a Pomodoro run. This one 19. Rồi. Thì cái Canva không cần phải có. Ô, mày không chơi nữa à? Lũ kia còn chơi không? Chúng đéo chơi nữa. Okay. Rồi. Đầu setup này chắc là dễ nhất ở trong đống còn lại. Rồi đống còn lại. Cái này nghĩ khó. À không, cái này cũng được. Cái này. Okay.
activity. So I hope you enjoy.
Yes.
Hey guys, welcome to 100 Days of Code, and today we are on day 29 where we're going to be building a password manager. So we're going to be doing this using Tkinter, and the real inspiration for this project came about because I was trying to register that was include lots of different things. It can't match your previous time that I came up with it. I'd already forgotten what the password was. One of my favorite blogs is Coding Horror by a guy called Jeff Atwood, and you might not know him by name, but you will actually have used something that he's made. He is one of the founders and original creators of Stack Overflow,
Wow.
which I'm sure by now you're well familiar with. And even he was talking about how password rules are just really terrible. They're so long and they're so complicated. And they've even inspired a really good XKCD comic, which essentially tells the truth that through 20 years of effort, we've successfully trained everyone to use passwords that are hard for humans to remember, but easy for computers to guess. This is the crazy state of things. So we're going to be creating a program to combat that. And it's going to be called MyPass, our password manager. And we're going to use it to store and generate passwords.
Wait, but that's crazy, bro. Lưu một cái file ra. Và được dùng open.
For example, if I wanted to create an account on App Brewery, then I enter the name of the website so that I know what this password is for. I put in my email and username is already pre-populated in my password manager. And then all I have to do is to either come up with a password that is hopefully not terrible, but I can obviously never remember, or I can use the built-in generate password to just generate me a very complex, very long password with all of the required numbers and symbols and all of that. And once I'm done with that, then I can click add, and I get a pop-up asking me if this is okay. And if that all looks good, then I click yes, and that data gets added to a text file, which I have on my computer. So this is not an internet-based service, and you keep everything locally on your computer, which some people feel is a lot safer than using a third-party service like LastPass or whatever else. So this is what we're trying to build, and it's got some really neat features. For example, it's got some basic validations. So if you, for example, leave one of the fields empty and you click add, you get a pop-up that tells you, please don't leave any of the fields empty. Or if you generate a password, then you can actually immediately use it by pasting it. What's happening behind the scenes is as soon as I click on generate password, then my password is saved onto my clipboard and I can paste it into the password field on the website I'm trying to sign up for. This is what we're going to be building today, and it's going to use everything you've learned about Tkinter, and we're going to be learning some new things that you can do with Tkinter as well. Once you're ready, head over to the next lesson and let's get started. To begin, as always, head over to the course resources and download the starting project as a zip file. Now, once you've unzipped it, open it using PyCharm and go ahead and take a look inside the starting.
Or vẫn còn giữ cái này. rename directly. TK interrelated. Refactor. And then directly. Right there. Okay. Oh fuck. Password manager. Password generator. Save password and then
files. I've included a logo image which is going to be used in our project, and I've got also a very blank looking main.py. Now here comes a challenge already. To start out, we're going to create a window using tkinter that has a title of password manager, and the only thing that it's going to have is just a
from tkinter import this root is equal to tk canvas with root with height of whatever and whatever. 200 is fine. No, actually this is fine too. 200 200. Yep. And then add extra, yeah. Root chunk title. Root main loop. What the fuck? System cannot find the file. That is a rename. That sucks. Bro. Oh, here's I mean the rename. Update 27, I guess. Refactor. Oh, fuck you. Địt mẹ mày. Tôi có mẹ sao project này rồi. Pass manager. From people into import root Okay. View trending. Oh, nice. Up 90. Canvas. Nature. Background mặt lên cái mẹ. Canvas pack. And then my raw reference. Adding a handle. Cut gì cũng làm được. Xong rồi. Logo. Equal to logo equal to image. Logo đó canopy. Photo image là đúng rồi. Không. Canvas root, yes. The root with height is it? It's gonna be 4. Sao vẫn không thấy à? Con bài mày. What's happening? Oh, tại tao chưa pack. Tao có quên chưa pack.
Baby, I'm leaving you tonight.
Không Duy ơi, không Duy ơi, không Duy ơi, không. Quên mất cái chưa pack kìa, mẹ mày. Bố, thật sự. Ôi, tao bắt đầu ngồi như này tao bị tự kỷ rồi. Duy. Mày muốn bị tự kỷ không Duy? Rồi, không muốn bị tự kỷ rồi. Buồn. Đi.
Canvas is
Ôi.
code if you
Tao lên mẹ đây.
need to. But I want you to be
What
I'm
the
going to create
fuck
my
is
canvas.
column span, bro? Column span. Attributes in HTML. column span and tk intern. Say it right. Say it right. Say it right. Thử cái này nha. Gì thằng ấy mà nên học cái này hay phết. Sticky. What the fuck you mean sticky, nigga? Oh shit. 1.0 column span 2. Fuck's a sticky? Nhớ bỏ cái này đi thì có gì xảy ra? Oh, okay. What if I want to, what about 3? Not sound. That's crazy. Okay. That's cool. Okay. Đầu tiên, we have this logo. Board, perhaps. Nope. Paint. Lock here, and then email is name slash name HTML or website or whatever, pass, and then there's a add way down here, right? This is 2. Oh wait, no, pass equal hi. Technically, generate và miền vào đây. This is basically in one. Thì cái đống này nó sẽ ở hàng không nhá. Đây là không, row không đúng không? Row. This is row 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 1 với column span 2. Con này ở 1 này. Ok, đúng lại một đấy. Cái này nó sẽ là span 0 to 3. Cool. This first. Chưa đến thời điểm tra cứu được. Okay. Oh, 8 a.m. tomorrow. 8 a.m. tomorrow? Wait, is it? Yeah. Oh, chờ đến 8 giờ ngày mai. Cool. Good to know. Ah. All right, let's get back to this, whatever this is. Let's text that. Okay. Bro. Where the fuck is on my stream? Oh. All right. Let's do this. That's what manager is, okay. Blah.
It's crazy. Oh yeah, I'm in this bitch, man. No, I can't change myself, not for nobody. I think all these niggas hating 'cause they broke pipes. And I know you don't get geek, you don't need pop mics. I've been dressing in designer Japanese girl, and now I'm in. And I'm chillin' with a young brew. And I'm chillin' with the lit crew. And they watching me like you too. I'm amazing, I can't be you. But I tell her pussy be you. Let her free, jump my kid, you. Ain't talking about yay, ayy. Nigga, fuck a graduation. You ain't got no hoes, boy. You at home masturbating. She love my flush, she say she love my dad cadence. She so pretty, she ain't do no damn playing. Fuck a piss, I shoot already downstairs. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Tell her wave it in the air front. I put my beat in some bass on top of dance for me. I cannot be with my son and my little home. I'm cut, don't give a fuck out, this is dead home. No, I can't change myself, not for nobody. I think all these niggas hating 'cause they broke pipes. And I know you don't get geek, you don't need pop mics. I've been dressing in designer Japanese girls. Niggas crazy. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm in this bitch, man. Niggas
Taking swag.
Niggas taking swag. I don't give a fuck on the swag, dad. Why all these niggas taking swag? Why all these niggas taking swag? She talking to me nice, she gon' put another fight. Call her on my ice, you know this bitch don't even bite. Damn, I love her head, I been caught in all her lights. In the snake pit with no snakes, put you on the plate like merch. You are everything. You are everything. You my everything. You my everything. Finna get you a wedding ring. Might let you meet the team. Sippin' on these drink, I love these dreams. I don't want your thought, I don't want that scheme. Having a whole lot of money, I'm at the pain. Fuck you, this whole good, she can't feel it, she need a king. What you want? She call me in, I know what you call my phone. She tell my phone, she like, nah, no home alone. I'm sippin' on these drink, on these light patrol. Niggas taking swag. Niggas taking swag. I don't give a fuck on the swag, dad. Why all these niggas taking swag? Why all these niggas taking swag? Why all these niggas taking swag? Why niggas always taking swag? Why niggas always taking swag? I just popped a 30 ball, and that beat pink too. I just fucked a 10 year, and that pussy pink too. She like, oh, your nails, son. I like per, period, boo. Man, niggas crazy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm in this bitch, man. And I got my five
Hey, line something.
and I got like 3 rounds in my bleed on 10 right now. Baby, shit, she think on God, take this shit down. Baby, shit, she think on God, take this shit down. Baby, I love you, I know you love me too. Shit like the Del Tonics, I have a whole lot of blue. I ain't even sing your blues, but I have a whole lot of blue. Only one shoot at these niggas, I call the young blue. I got me, I ain't loving on these hoes. I got lean, I've been sipping on these foes. I just got some bands and I spent it on the cold. I just fucked a friend, then I gave her to the bros. I'm right here, right now, shawty, I reckon aim, bitch. I'm where I still slimy, nigga ain't gang, bitch. I ain't tryna hear that sad shit, none of that pain shit. I'm tryna give me a Lambo, I'm tryna lane switch.
Can I have button wrong? Add button.
I'm a bad bitch, shawty, I know I'm fine. You not slime, bitch, you is not my kind. Got a dime, bitch, she wanna wine and dine. And I got about 5 hoes on my D on 10 right now. And I got like 3 rounds in my bleed on 10 right now. Baby, shit, she think on God, take this shit down. Baby, shit, she think on God, take this shit down. They want that old now, want that still already. Bitch, I'm E5 and now I can't go back. Put a bitch on our foes, I feel break up back. Top it, wear my clothes, I don't give a fuck about that. Crosshair ain't no code, now I been sipping on rings. Even if I'm in that late, shawty, I still won't let. I told my out, your music ain't on. I told my out, your music ain't on. I told my out, your music ain't can still smell her perfume. Nigga, I don't fuck with you. I'ma drink up, I'ma smoke some. Keep it moving, it was nice to know
Country,
ya.
that's a country.
Boy, watch me leave. You ghost to me. Wish you good luck being lonely. I'ma push red every time you phone me. You about to be a memory. Oh, bet she doesn't touch like me. Sure as hell don't fuck like me. No comparison, no she don't, she don't. Ain't gon' whip it up like me. She ain't got the recipe. No comparison, no she don't, she don't. She don't. Oh, no, 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 she.
You right. Nah, she ain't never gonna be you, but girl, it's whatever. I done caught you 50 time. Why you treat a nigga like I would never? Yeah, man. I know I fucked up, I'm only human. And I ain't begging, but I'm gon' ask for one more chance. Girl, I think we should just
Drink up, I'ma smoke some. Keep it moving, it was nice to know ya. Boy, watch me leave. You ghost to me. Wish you good luck being lonely. I'ma push red every time you phone me. You about to be a memory. Oh, bet she doesn't touch like me. Sure as hell don't fuck like me. No comparison, no she don't, she don't. Ain't gon' whip it up like me. She ain't got the recipe. No comparison, no she don't, she don't. She don't. Oh, no, 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 she. I be up on it, you know she can't keep up. You know you want this, so why you won't keep up? Don't get the picture, I write it out. Losing a real one that held you down. I put the boy on and now he feeling himself. No, it ain't nothing to put you back on the shelf. Too late for sorry, so boy, back down. I have my issues, but one less now. 99 problems, but a nigga ain't one. Oh, no, she don't. 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 Did you really think I wasn't gonna find out? You must really think I'm stupid. Maybe it's time.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh shit, oh shit, it's another hit, get up on it, I'm so horny,
Chamaski. That's cool. Wait. Cool. Just gonna stop this.
I want you to know how deep my love goes. I ain't got a lot of time, no speak, just follow. Some tricks sitting up my sleeve at the magic show. Got you riding on top of me, all around in and out you go. These thoughts come from within before I knew your name. Was curious, didn't know if you feel the same. And it's my loyal face, I do almost anything. Serious, girl, I don't play no games. I wanna take your eye, freak your eye, bust my gun and take the charge as long as you say my name. Every time I break you off, girl, I'll give you what you want. 'Cause your love tell you and all the things I do. Girl, you make them beat. 'Cause your love is all I need. And you gon' make that sound from all the things I do. Take a break as we escape to my Decatur love. Girl, you're red as a dream and I'm ready to break you off. I switched up my routine, it's something you never saw. I'ma make it
Nice.
scream all night long. When I look into your eyes, I know it's real. My whole life trying to find a way to show you how I feel. You're the only one on my mind and you know the deal. Make you feel alright, girl, you know I will. I wanna take you out, freak you out, bust my gun and take the charge as long as you say my name. Every time I break you off, girl, I'll give you what you want. 'Cause your love is all I need. I'ma tell you and all the things I do. Girl, you make them
That's all I need. And you can make that. Oh, that worked.
I'm gonna take you out, freak you out, bust my gun and take the charge as long as you say my name. Every time I break you off, girl,
This is what? Oh, wow.
I call you Gata, cause you's a wildcat. You leave me with a big neck scratch when I hit it from the back. Pillow under your stomach, you like it like that. They catch you half sleep so you can't fight that. We go for hours, fuck in the shower, pussy devour, foreplay in the kitchen, bend it over the counter. You taste like candy, I eat it like sour power. You be liking it rough, your body soft as a flower. And when we finish, you be holding me. Put your head on my chest, you consoling me. Put the close the blinds when I'm hitting that. But I'm hoping you leave it open so they know it's me. From the beginning, you said it was mine. And I can tell the way you said it that you weren't lying. You sent me text through the day like, baby, you fine. And I can still feel the tingle up and down my spine.
I'm in a dream, so fantasy when you're around me. I must be losing my dream. Fairy tale fantasy when you're around me. I must be losing my mind. You know you belong to me. You could bring your whole squad +3. You don't like to get told what to do, but you like it when I put you on a leash. All fours for me, on the floor for me. Every scratching walls, parkour for me. And every night I'll hit it right. I'ma bring you on tour with me. Yeah, you the one for me. And even if you're wrong for me, shit, it's a good mistake. Even when I'm wide awake, I'm in a dream. Fantasy when you're around me. I must be losing my mind. Fairytale fantasy when you're around me. I must be losing my mind.
Oh, this song feel like new pussy, making it gushy. Hot throb of the project, spandex in a hoodie. 10 bows, and your baby father father was a bimbo, hence low. Rather be bothered with all of them hoes. We can fly to Jamaica, fuck all the haters, I'll take you out of.
Shuffle. Shuffle. I wish I believed. I wish I believed in you. You told me you believed in me.
I wish I could see me, what you say. When we talked last, you just told me two things. Said,
Love you. Oh yeah, because.
and no matter what, keep doing what you doing. Keep doing what you doing.
Whatever you do, yeah. Yeah.
You gotta keep it moving. Gotta keep it moving. And do what you do. Keep doing what you doing. When I found it hard at times to be myself, not me just
Be myself.
myself. I think doing what I'm doing, I think that's what got me up. I gave it my best and that's exactly why I'm here. Hated how I felt to be in debt, to being filled till I did some self-reflecting, thinking about the testaments and wisdom. Make sure you got a will. There's a way when there is one. Keep doing what you doing, go do what's already been done. I know you got it in you. Yes, I know you got it in you. Yes, I know you got it in you.
Thực ra có thể cho luôn ra ngoài này cũng được, không cần phải thằng passgen này, password generator ở đây. Sau đó cái gì nhỉ? What is it? Password entry. Yeah. Password entry insert index. What's the original index? End.
Shorty bad, slim, thick. She might drug, she might fix. And I'm all up in her mix. She be mixing with the wrist. She the plug, she finesse. She the one they call the girl. She don't stress.
I'm working on dying.
Said you belong to the streets, but the streets belong to me. It's like home to me. It's like home to me. I tatted your passport up, now it's looking like an arm sleeve. Just know that was all me.
And when you see Chanel, I wish that's how you saw me. That shit you tell Chanel, I wish that's how you call me. That raw shit, that honesty. Yeah. You know I love you more than all them niggas put together. And it's a lot of niggas trust, I put the list together. And it's a lot just to assume we're meant to be together. You gotta live that shit for real, you can't just say whatever. You can never tell nobody that you held me down. If it was ride or die, then you should have been dead right now.
So I don't get how you're yelling at me.
How much I gotta spend for you to pipe down? How deep I gotta dig for you to pipe down? All the things I've done up until right now, I need 1,000 pages just to write it down. Writing down these feelings, it's been overdue. Don't know how many pens it's gonna take to get over you. How much I gotta pen for you to pipe down? How deep I gotta dig for you to pipe down?
Tried to run it back 100 times. The world yours, but the city's mine. Can't believe you put it on your mother's life. Can't believe you told me it was ride or die. Cause you're not here somehow, you're still alive. True enough, I know you're from the other side. I set my expectations way too high. Yeah. And I would listen to the lies that you would tell all night. Angel eyes, but you been giving me hell all night. I know the book that you would write is a tell some, not a tell all. Just to make sure you well off, you would sell all rights. Why does your ex think we beefing? Is that man all
Think it's
right?
good, man.
That nigga can't even look at me, he fell off twice. And I'm back popping. I still remember the day I saw you. I was on your ass like back pockets. Niggas
Nice.
what is that stopping? So much shit I wanted to say, straight to your face. But you're so two-faced that I don't know which face. You're the
That's crazy. Okay. Okay.
It's not the things you say, it's what you don't say. I'm not in your way, in your own way. So I don't get how you're yelling at me. How much I gotta spend for you to pipe down? How deep I gotta dig for you to pipe down? All the things I've done up until right now. I need 1,000 pages just to write it down. Writing down these feelings, it's been overdue. Don't know how many pens it's gonna take to get over you. How much I gotta pen for you to pipe down? How deep I gotta dig for you to pipe down? I see. Girl, you out here tryna be my wifey. I'ma eat that pussy like it's ice cream.
Blah.
But you ain't met a nigga like me.
No need to say what I've been through. He already know what I'm into. He be reading my mind like it's simple. Got him banging my line like it's his too. Never gotta worry about no issues. He paid on time when the rent due. Made him ice down my neck and the wrist.
Khó nhỉ? Steve.
Đến giờ ăn luôn nhé. Bố mẹ về rồi.
Vâng. Bruh. You need my
The city is pretty when it's dead, just like a flower. What color's the CN Towers? Red tonight, just like the text I sent you from the bed tonight. Read it cause I finally think I said things right. Thought you called me slipping, had me dead to rights. Nothing ever happened, girl, they fed your lies. Like a tiny house out back, I'm trying to shed some light on things that you've been hearing about me. City is pretty when it's dead, just like a flower. What color's the CN Towers? Blue now, like how I'm feeling about you now. I was too down, tell me what to do now. Oh, city is pretty when it's dead, just like a flower. What color's the CN Towers? Lit up green, like the envy in people's eyes, getting in between. Trying to sleep it off, but I just see you in my dreams. Hey, I don't have your contact anymore. You blocked me, I lost you, it's a back and forth. Think I even hit your email as a last resort. Did you really read the message that I sent before? Thought I laid that shit out perfect, put it on the floor. Put it on my son, I put it on the Lord. What else can I swear on, girl? There's nothing more. Why did you cut this thing off like you had something more? Cause I just
content
asked around,
equals
I
entry
just
dot
asked
get.
around. Your friends can't hold water, girl, they'd rather see you drown. No, they tell me everything when I end up downtown.
How do I go
And
over
what,
content?
and what? Buy
Oh yeah,
another
info dot
round.
choose.
And what do I know now? Surprise, surprise. I heard you ain't found nobody that's a ride or die. I heard that
No,
you went through
fuck
hell
you.
and gotta dry your eyes. You pretend to be so happy, it's a bold-faced lie. So why do you lie, babe?
Yeah.
The city is pretty when it's dead, just like a flower. What color's the sea towers? Red tonight, just like the text I sent you from the bed tonight. Read it cause I met with a plane tonight. Cancel Japan tonight. Tokyo down for the boy. The plane is on land tonight. Girl, I'm a fan in real life. Y'all don't even post on that site. Price is definitely with a spike. Touchpad, turn off the lights. The love that I have for you. I came to the out in Canada. Could have left that shit. Love at first sight.
Okay. Right.
For sure was
We
a
should keep
vibe,
track
but
of every single entry.
telling all
The
the guys
entry.
now's not the time to fall. Look at me. I'm trying to see it off, girl. I
We
see
need
ya.
this.
I see ya. Oh, in my dreams. Oh, in my dreams. Yeah, in my dreams.
Entry list is equal to. Yeah. Web entry, name entry, and password entry. Web entry, password entry, yes. All these things. Dot get. Get. And then
Just to the fifth of the bottle.
okay.
And I'm in for it, I'm in for it.
There we go.
You
What's the
brought your
name?
girl and she riding.
Def.
But I'm in for
Add.
it, I'm in for it.
Big.
Come over your own
Or blank in entries. If blank len of blank is equal to 0, then return false. Okay, not at thing. Entries checker. Then we have print. And then there's the other one. Which is the print. If entries check true. Proceed. It's false. Oh no, we have to go for entries. If okay, local variable, global variable. That's status. Global. That's nice. If status if that status is equal to the optimal way, yes. If not at status, then we have a mini. Two? Not top level, shut up. Mini window. Warning window. Detail. And in it, it says and then text. Event focus. Have it. Where's my text? Right. The other one. Widget text. Text, it's going to be in warning window. Oh, okay. Warning window. Height 5. Text. And then we're gonna write you have to
understand your body wants it. I know your thoughts. Oh, you about it, You're a big girl, and it's your world. And I'ma let you do it how you
want. Wait a minute, an app. Please pop up. Are you popping up? Oh wait, I'm not. Add things. Add things. Man is equal to add things. My text. Oh wait, I didn't text. 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 add. There we go. But it's not. Label should be better. Label. Label. Let's see what the label. And it belongs to this. Heck. Please fill in all the blanks. Fill in all the blanks. Okay. Grid. No grid. It's packet. Packet to it's on. Add. Please fill in all the blanks. That's a mini window. Mini size. Whoa, warning. Size. Mini. 100 to 300. 100 by 100. One, I want it to be center. Please, please. Please, 50. Three were given. Labeled out place. X equals 3 and Y equals 3. Please run all at once. No cuttings. Oh wait, no. Actually, no. Height should be correct. 60 is nice.
I know you wanna lie. Don't be
What?
shy. I'll supply. I got you.
Somebody.
Oh, I got it, girl. Don't you lie. I know you wanna. Ooh.
Kucing ya.
I got you, girl. Oh, I got you, girl.
TK có vấn đề. It's okay. Không cần wait. Just pack. Hey.
Sessions of this throne on your floor. Should've fucking rolled, but I fucking rolled.
Okay. Thử xem nhá. Nếu mà điền hết rồi thì nó làm gì?
Can't believe I made it, but I made it, that's for sure. For sure. Loving, I need more, I need yours. She ain't looking for that unconditional. What the fuck these bitches on? They want what I'm sitting on. They don't want my love, they just want my potential. Fuck it all, sipping on this, baby, living off this. Got me drowning in your love, got me drowning in the mist. Give me right attention, don't stop
Print.
yes. Baby, if you knew
chấm
feeling
chấm
I
và
would give to you. Oh,
in không?
you.
Ê, nó xin này không đúng rồi đây. Nó có entry checker rồi, nó in, không in. Đây là nó không in. Print. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. I should lit up the whole room. What's up? Oh shit. What time is it? Oh, 7 giờ 3 rồi. Hold on. Let me go eat. Wait, no. Bro, I don't know. I get bored of every single thing. Get entries value. Get entries values in people interview. How do I get the entry value and take it into? What did I do? Great. No. Label, entry, attack.
This feeling I'ma give to you.
Integer. String value. Oh shit, wait. Wait, yeah. Text. Khi nào biết điểm trung học phổ thông quốc gia 2026 8 giờ ngày 1 tháng 7. Okay. I genuinely don't know shit, bro. Okay. Dude. Wait, no. Nhờ. Tại sao ta không... String text. What do we do with string? Alright, check cái này out. Text focused. Insert a get. Give me an and. Int var without a integer variable. Control F int var. There we go. Hit button. It's an int. It can be a string. It can be a string. Get my int var radio button. Variable. Variable. Hitler. What? Variable. Push it out. Cut. And then paste. Yeah. Then cut. Enter. Down. Up. Right. Name thing. We go to string var. String variable, which can be used from a text variable. Then web thing, also a string variable, and it goes to this. What's the blank? What's the blank? String var instead. Add. String variable has no len. Get Eno didn't fucking do anything. Hey!
What you want? What you want?
So bored.
Uh-huh. Wait. Can I share? Oh, I can. Whatever.
String name index.
Hold on a minute.
Oh fuck. Was never closed. Okay, nice. Oh my god! Finally. String list. Form line list. Here. Print. Then this. Dun. Okay, nice. Okay. Logo status. No, add status. If status. Unix. Oh, let me chill out. False. False. Nice. Okay, good. Oy. If add status not add status, we need warning 2. Okay, enter. Warning title. It's warning. And then label inside. Please. All friends. Okay, label dot focus. Label dot focus. Oh. No, actually. Warning label dot focus. Ma. Okay, thế là không làm gì. Ngon. Else. No, don't take that off. Stop marking it, bro. Else. Else. Proceed. Proceed is also a T. Okay. Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
What? Nước sao kiếm bu lắm ấy.
Upstream.
See ya.
None. No. Nice. Oh shit. App name password. And then we have to name string it. No, web string it. Sticky. Oh no. Không phải ngoài này, không phải trong này. Phải sticky. Bằng label có được sticky không nhỉ? West. Unexpected argument. Right. Column then is equal to 3, 2 is fine. Then you KKK. Then we get an we get a button. Confirm button equal to see text confirm command is equal to not here, bro. Right. Confirm button column JJJ. Okay, width has to be 10. Width 10. KKK. No, width is not 10. Fuck. BD. Oh yes, BD is equal to 1. Highlight thickness. Oh. Okay. What is the directory for my PC? Yes. Okay. Another definition for left, right, password, yes, and then we'll do the other thing. Right. Okay. Okay. Cái gì nhỉ? Tao phải định làm gì nhỉ?
Dimension.
Nếu tao bấm OK thì làm sao? KKK. Confirm. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Right. How to close a tkinter window after clicking a button by pressing the button. When a button is clicked. Okay, destroy. Good. Right. Cases of death. Is it? Yeah. What am I defining? Defining. Right. Oh, proceed. Not destroy. That's at least something. What can I hate this fucking workspace. Oh. Non-class method. Cool. Non-class method. Command bang root to destroy. Can I have 2 commands? Can I have more than 1 command in button? Trigger multiple command. In Python. Multiple commands. Oh, you can absolutely do that? Nice. Okay. Cool. Command mode. Cái đấy đâu ấy nhỉ? Confirm button. Check cái này ra, check cái này ra, check cái này ra, check cái này. Fuck, I'm jerking it, bro. Command proceed dot destroy and command equal also equal to add things. Ta có thể có write password. It's not that critical though. Để lambda được á? Lambda function method. Oh, lambda function method. Lambda hai chấm mở ngoặc Add. Is it add things? No, not add things. Right password. Weak. It doesn't matter. It doesn't return anything. Okay. K. Confirm. Nice. Class! Oh my god! Yes! Right password. Now I have to create a file. What's file? New file. Text document. Password. Cool. Copy directory. Copy as path. Thank you. And then access the Defy. Necessary line. With open. Password. The fuck is a pen? No. How many nodes in open? Python. Okay. A pen. A smile. No. A pen. What are the codes? One. Connect to work. Oh, fuck. File handlings. And okay, right can work. Right. Web should be first, and then separated by this username item contact and then password item. That's it. Nice. Then close it. And wrong directory, man. It has to be this absolute root file directory at all. Copy path, and then paste the whole thing. Okay, wrong slash. Oh, that's like insert new. Good night. Good night. Okay. Right. Website Valorant. Email. Okay. một dòng có vấn đề thôi. Chữ đâu? Ok. Let's generate. Chỉ cần đóng lại cái file kia thôi là được. Ok, close. Cool. Oh shit. What? Ngon. Hey, we're done. Thế xong rồi. Oh, clean. Clean 100 bao nhiêu đấy. App for this. Nice. Random password generator. Okay. It also lets me paste it into wherever. Also nice. Go. Alright. Now I can skip through the entire thing and move on to the next game. Let's go. Actually, I don't need these. Do I set up? Yes, all that. Ô, 30 tháng 6 rồi à? Ô! Nhờ. Oh, Yellowa new album. Let's go. Yellowa, please drop new album. Please. Musician? Password manager ấy, mày phải điền thông tin web, email xong rồi đóng các thứ vào để cho nó lưu thông tin vào với của mày. Còn nếu mày không điền đủ thì nó sẽ có cái này. Hay quá nhiều. Skip. No challenge, bro. No challenge. No. Mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, cứ mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, phút vài giây cứ xoay vài vòng. Anh ngó quanh xem có ai không. Chớm đều thôi bước ra ban công. Anh đã nước mắt rơi vài dòng. Nếu em còn ở bên kia đâu giây hãy trả lời anh mỗi khi. Khi không tìm lần tin, lại có một điều để cùng anh đối diện đến đây. Khi không tìm lần tin, biết phải làm gì khi mà anh muốn hoài không say. Baby em nào biết. Chẳng không cần thiết. Nếu không trả lời thì có lẽ con tim anh sẽ vẫn luôn chờ đợi. Khi không tìm lần tin, khi không tìm lần tin, không phải lần đầu tiên. You know what I mean.
then we're gonna
một giờ. Đây password manager có lưu thật. Có nút generate nhé. Nhá. Ở đây confirm nhá. Nó confirm xong rồi nó sẽ lưu một file. Đây. Đấy. Lưu thử mấy lần rồi anh.
Cứ mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, cứ mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, phút vài giây cứ xoay vài vòng. Anh ngó quanh xem có ai không, trong đêm thôi bước ra ban công. Anh đã nước mắt rơi vài dòng. Nếu em còn ở bên kia đầu dây hãy trả lời anh mỗi khi không tìm lần đến. Ai có một điều được cùng anh đối diện đêm nay. Khi không tìm lần đến, biết phải làm gì khi mà anh hôn hoài không say. Baby em nào biết, chắc không cần thiết. Nếu không trả lời thì có lẽ con tim anh sẽ vẫn luôn chờ đợi. Khi không tìm lần tin, khi không tìm lần tin, không phải lần đầu
Today
tiên.
is day 30 and mark this milestone. We're going to be around.
Oh, you wanna.
Too late.
Too late, okay. Shit. I'm gonna check on design thing. Just delete all the text variable. Thì mẹ ngắn hơn được 3 dòng. Bitch.
Anh biết chắc là em không nghe nhạc của anh đâu.
More advanced Python topics such as errors, exceptions, and also we're going to be learning how to save and load JSON data. So that's all yet to come. First, we're going to be taking a look at some of the errors we've been getting and how to avoid crashing our app by handling those errors. Then we're going to take a look at this particular data format called JSON. And this is probably one of the most widely used data formats for transferring data across the internet between applications. And this is going to be something that's going to be helpful not just in Python but in a lot of other programming languages as well. And once we've understood all of that, then we're going to put it together, we're going to use it to improve our existing password manager. By the end of today, not only will we be able to save websites, generate passwords, and add it to our database of passwords, we're also going to be able to search through that database. So we can type in a website, we can search, and plus, unlock signals by handling new exceptions with Apple, and make sure that you also understand our app exactly as expected. So all of that and more is coming up. head over to the next lesson and we'll get started by learning about errors and exceptions. We're going to talk about errors and exceptions. I'll show you what happens when a program encounters different types of errors and how you can write code to handle these situations. To begin, I've created a brand new project called Day30 and I've created my main.py file. Now notice how inside my project there is only one code file at the moment. There is no data files, no text files, nothing. In this situation, if I was to try and open up a particular file that
Cứ mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, cứ mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, phút với giây cứ xoay vài vòng. Anh ngó quanh xem có ai không, trong điều thôi bước ra ban công. Anh đang nước mắt rơi vài dòng, nếu em còn ở bên kia đầu dây hãy trả lời anh một.
errors and how you can write code to handle these situations. To begin, I've created a brand new project called Day30 and I've created my main.py file. Now notice how inside my project there is only one code file at the moment. There is no data files, no text files, nothing. In this situation, if I was to try and open up a particular file that doesn't exist and I try to read it, what's even going to happen? So we're going to use our normal syntax with right now, if I run this code, I guess this is what happens. I get a traceback and I get an error, which is file not found, which kind of makes sense given that there really is no such file existing inside our folder.
My life is a sound.
And this happens somewhere within our actual program. So here I've got the password manager completed project from yesterday. If in this case I made a typo in this word, so instead of data.text I wrote data.text, and instead of the append mode I have the read mode. Well, in this case what would happen is exactly the same thing. So I could have a website, have a password, but when you add, then we get our file not found error. And notice how as soon as that error happens, existing inside our folder that as a file, and I'm going to take this file and try to read from it. Right now, if I run this code, then this is what happens. I get a traceback and I get a error, which is the file not found error, which kind of makes sense given that there really is no such file existing inside our folder where we're telling it to search. That's not great. And if this happens somewhere within our actual program, so here I've got the password manager completed project from yesterday. If in this case
I can hop. Wait. That means I get to change my profile. Wait. That means I get to change my fucking thumbnail. Let's go. Wait, how do I view the other one? Oh my god, yes, there we go. Yes, I did that. Okay, let's go. Hop on Val. I did.
Đến tới đi, tớ vào đâu rồi, ok.
And I'm outside. Oh my god, it's so good.
Cứ mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, cứ mỗi khi anh bước vào phòng, phút vài giây cứ xoay vài vòng. Anh ngó quanh xem có ai không, chớm đều thôi bước ra ban công. Anh đã nước mắt rơi vài dòng. Nếu em còn ở bên kia đầu dây, hãy trả lời anh mỗi khi không tìm lan tin. Anh có một liều đời cùng anh đối diện đêm nay. Khi không tìm lan tin, biết phải làm gì khi mà anh hôn hoài không say. Baby em nào biết, chắc không cần thiết. Nếu không trả lời thì có lẽ con tim anh sẽ vẫn luôn chờ đợi. Khi không tìm lan tin, khi không tìm lan tin, không phải lần đầu tiên. You know what I mean.
Chờ để gọi Khánh. Đợi.
Anh biết chắc là em không nghe nhạc của anh đâu. Right. Thế nên anh mới chút ra những gì anh giấu. Anh phải thú nhận thật là anh khóc rất
Yo,
nhiều khi
up on game.
nhạc vì
Up on game.
nó làm anh nhớ đến dòng em đó.
Up on game.
Game. Của tao với Nam. Mới đến. Vừa gọi nó dậy rồi, nó mới dậy.
Oh my god, giờ này nó ngủ quá.
It's him, bro.
Khi mây đen lại búa quay, baby khi trời mưa anh chỉ mong em là một phần của anh. Baby nước mắt rơi trên phố đó, anh nhớ những nụ hôn ấm nồng, bây giờ còn vòn vẹn con số không. Anh không ngờ là chiều hôm ấy chia tay như vậy, baby anh chỉ vừa nói có em đi.
No! Skirmish 2v2.
chơi bạn này.
Thế?
Nigger.
Đúng rồi. Nhưng mà anh chỉ cần nói có là em đi ngay. Đều.
What is this map?
No idea.
What's this map, bro? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's bad.
Nice one. Good shit, bro.
Bro, I'm lagging like crazy. Holy fuck.
Other way, other way.
Okay. Bro, I'm lagging like fucking crazy. Holy shit.
Đi kìa. Got him. Ui, vãi luôn.
Ủa quá. I can't play like this, bro. Lag phải.
Sao mấy mày lại lag? Mấy mày lại lag?
Ping, bro. Nó cứ giật đấy, nó cứ stutter.
Mẹ cúi đeo được. Lồn. Oh, almost.
Why did I pull my knife out, bro?
Ôi, ê, lag thật nhá. Cái lồn gì đây?